Welcome to Alpha Proto, I'm Alpha Proto, and tonight we will be making the Hyper Dragon Ball Z Sprite. We will be making Super Saiyan 4 Dragon Ball Heroes Xeno Goku. I think that's what he's called. Here is a reference. This is how the character looks. I am going for the monkey look. Super Saiyan 4. Maybe not this pink with the hair. Maybe a little more red. Much more red. This one's different. This one's got these boots. Oh, actually that's Vegito. Yeah, I'll go with this. I thought about making Vegito, but I like the Goku look more. So this is the look I'm going to go for with the blue and the black and the red. I still don't have my chat set up yet, so please excuse me while I do that. Oh, wait. Maybe I should... Yeah, that was working, I think. Yeah, you can see that. I think I'm still on screen, but... I'm pulling the chat up on my phone. It's just easier to look at when I have it on my phone. Plus, it doesn't take away from my bandwidth of my computer while I stream. I took a nap, and I just ended up falling asleep also. I don't want to be too tired for the stream tonight. I was going to stream around... What time was I going to stream? I was going to stream at 7 or 8. So I took a nap, and the nap just ended up being me falling asleep and waking up. I actually woke up and I was like, whoa. Is it 11 a.m.? And it's like, no, it's 11 p.m. So that was something. But yesterday, on my stream yesterday, I said that I was going to be spriting. I didn't want to turn out to be a liar, so here I am. A little before midnight, now a little after. Yeah. So those were reference. I probably should have kept them to the side. These are some colors, Goku colors. They really don't relate to Super Saiyan 4. Maybe a good height reference, but this was a character release chart that was made a few years ago. I think this may be the best for height reference and color. I'm gonna crop this picture a little bit. I do think it's good for height reference, though. Yo, downloaded content here. Are you doing the Z2 character? Yeah, tonight. Just one sprite. I don't think the team would really want me to make this character as a project. I don't really know if I would want to. It looks cool. It's gonna look cool though, no doubt. Allergies. Or Z2I. I have a tendency to just like doing one or a few animations sometimes. Sometimes I'm all in on the character and I just do a stance, a walk animation, a crouch, and that's all. But that's when I'm just, you know, having fun with the character for the most part. It's like, that's a lot of work for just trying to have fun with the character. But, you know, sometimes I get in the zone where I'm like, just hyped up over a character. I think that's what happens usually after a character's introduced. Someone must have got really excited about Jiren to have Team Z2 make a Jiren, right? And Jiren's not that old of a character. It's like he kind of line skipped if you think about it. There's a whole bunch of Dragon Ball Z characters that we could have made. But no. It all comes down to who the spriter wants to make, I guess. Oh, Retro says, what team are you working for? Team Z2. Team Z2 is a like-minded group of individuals who like Dragon Ball Z, who decided to come together and make a game for the fans called Hyper Dragon Ball Z in the style of CPS2 classics. It's kind of a what if Dragon Ball Z was an arcade fighter game back in the 90s. Possibly made by Capcom. So it has some Capcom-isms to the sprites. That's called Z2 style. Developed by Balthazar. He's the original guy who made this character, and 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 this character. So Balthazar really put his mind to it, and he made a whole bunch of characters. And then more people showed up, and they were like, "We like what you're doing, Balthazar. We want to make some characters to add to the game too." And then Ice gathered some people together. Ice is the idea guy. I guess I would be an executive producer. And individuals start making more characters. I don't know who made this. I think these three made the same. But yeah, Balthazar made a ton of characters, and yep. I am making, not this one, not that one. Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Xeno, Dragon Ball Hero Super Saiyan 4 Xeno Goku. Z2I, I guess that would be what it's called. This is someone else's Goku. I'm going to use the color palette. These were going to be referenced, but I don't think they're relevant, so I'm going to make a new layer. I'll put this right here, just for color reference. Right, this height chart. I'm a real stickler for like height accuracy. I really don't like it when characters are the wrong height. Retro says, oh, makes my past question look stupid. I just misread the title. Ah, that's cool. Wait, do you need a music composer? They may be looking for, I don't know. They mostly go for retro video game sound from the 90s, so At the moment, the game has 2 composers, and that's Wizzy Whip It Wonderful, whose music you're listening to. At the moment, this music is CPS2 style. That's the sound. That's CPS2 is the arcade board that Capcom used to use in the 90s before they moved on to CPS3. Wizzy Whip It Wonderful uses CPS2. DeMarcus 008, who shows up in the stream sometimes, he uses CPS3 sound to make his music. The theme you're listening to at this moment is CPS2 Originals not Dr. Doom, just Doom 2099. And he has thousands of songs that he's made. They're all either based on characters or character stages. But if you make some music that had this, chip tuney sound to them, I think that, they would give it a listen at least. Since it's a fan game, it can use almost anything they want, but they like for it to be as original as possible. Go into the face cam real quick so I can go through my files and pull up some more reference pictures to get colors from. Wow, that's not a very good reference picture. I don't want to spoil anything. Yesterday, I thought it would be cool if I apply it to Way Forward on stream. And right when I was about to, my phone number popped up, and I was like, uh-oh. I just showed that on stream. And if you really, I'm gonna upload that. I'm still gonna upload it. Because I think it's hilarious. But yeah, the video, I had to edit the video, take down the video from Twitch. I didn't want any unsolicited calls. So I do have the video linked. Like, I linked the stream yesterday to this, to YouTube or whatever. And so I've got to wait for that to finish processing. Alright. I think that's enough reference. Just got this. This is a really cool look, but I think the Super Saiyan 4 look, that looks cooler. So I am going to use these characters as height reference. These shorter characters I don't really need them. Actually, that Goku Black is pretty cool. Let me move some characters and get rid of some characters. Sorry, Piccolo. Right. Oh no, that was the wrong layer. Okay. Let's go back, do this again. Oh crap. This. Yeah, most of me making a character is just setting up, getting everything set up correctly. So one of the things I would need to set up is the height. so I can make sure that the character is accurate, or at least consistently proportion with the other characters in the game. It would be weird to make a Super Saiyan 4 that was taller than Piccolo or any of the other characters. So I always make sure I use a height reference. If it was the original character, I wouldn't have to worry about it. Well, not as much. With the last characters I made that were commissions, I made sure that they were as tall as Street Fighter Alpha Ryu, you know? Take out this Frieza too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 colors. Alright. Since this is a Goku, I'm just going to make sure he... I don't really need Vegeta there. Don't need Gohan there, but... They'd be good height reference. Let's crop it again. Sorry, Piccolo. Nothing personal. I like this skin color here for Super Saiyan 4 Goku. I may adjust some these colors, these blues and stuff everyone else has. I don't even know if I'll use this for the skin color. I mean the fur color. Maybe. Oh, Retro says, you think there could be an opening? What do you mean? There kind of is there's a title screen at the moment for the game. There's a title screen and a character select at the moment. Okay. Let me make this stage. I was about to call it a stage. Let me make this canvas a little wider. I think I'll sprite over here to the left. 650. Oh. Okay, that's not the correct layer. Right. Now that I think I have this chart set up the way I want, I'm going to save this. Super Saiyan Dragon Ball Heroes Super Saiyan 4 Xeno. Alright, now I can save it. Downloaded content says tiles pixelation. Yeah, that's the job I'm going for. And then I realized, you know what? Let's not apply to this until you actually have examples of tile animation. I mean, tiles, you know? It's like one advanced knowledge of pixel art and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I've got that. But it's been a while since I've made tiles, and I've never found it fun. But if I can get paid for it, I will. I should actually keep the layers. I really don't want to spoil anything, so I am not going to let my screen show while I save this. What file format? A Sprite format or ASE? What's A Sprite files? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm not risking it. Retro says, I would be glad to help with music. I have a few ideas for pixelated type music. Mine might be a little different sound font. They may like it. There's a few songs that they've recommended that have a different sound font than CPS 2 and 3. I forgot what they wanted to use them for. I don't even know if we ended up using them. I know that there was a fan music contest about the doing a cover of the intro, and that was interesting. That music after we got that music, when they ended up I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to distinguish myself from the group. I am part of the group, but you know. I'm a spriter, so. So. What color am I going to sprite with? Oh, that's a different layer. I don't need all these layers. There we go. I wish I could get the color from a layer that I wasn't on. I wish it didn't make a difference. Let's see. Is this it? All layers? Yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting. So I'm going to sprite with red lines, and I'll change them. I don't know if the height lines are red. Yellow. It's yellow, right? Retro asks, stage music and stuff like that, you know, the fighter stages. Yeah. You can, well, what Wizzy, Whip It Wonderful, that's what his whole YouTube channel is. He uploads his music to YouTube, and in the playlist over here, you can see that it's just characters. It's Savage Hulk. Whole list of characters. This is just 250 of his themes. He's got over 1,000 songs on his YouTube channel for stages, characters, and then he has original music. My back is itching really bad. Ah, that's better. I've said this before on the channel, but being someone who makes music on YouTube, that must be really cool, because if someone likes your music and they have playlist, if there's a playlist of your music, only thing someone has to do is go to your playlist and press play while they're, I don't know, working on art or working on their car or just hanging out, and the music will play. Kind of like right now. I didn't buy any album from Wizzy, but I'm pretty sure he's monetized. And the more people who just go to his page and just press the playlist button and listen to all his themes, I think that you know, helps him out. Same thing with any musician on YouTube. It's weird not being able to hear myself. I'm just gonna use one of these so I can hear the music. Alright, now it's time to actually get to Spriting. I don't know, what about blue? It's a good color. So, this is how tall Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Goku Black are. I am going to Sprite here and try to make sure that, I guess I keep the eye level the same. That's one of the key elements, I guess, so. This is where the bottom of his eye is. Okay. And this is where his waist is. So that's how long his legs should be compared to the top torso. I'm gonna lock that reference layer and... What about this guy? I'm gonna replace this later. I just need something I can see really easy. One pose I really wanted to use with, one of the things that attracted me to making this character is not just, you know, it's a pose idea I had in mind. A lot of people make a character in Hyper Dragon Ball Z style, or any style from Mugen, and if it's usually an edit of a character, and they don't have an original stance for them. But I would like to use a different stance. I'm going to have him with his back to the camera. I've wanted to sprite the character doing that for a while. That's one of the things I like about Super Saiyan 4. He's got red fur, so if his back's to the camera, it's like 90% like fur. And I know that with Dragon Ball Z transformations, it's mostly, you know, hair color changes and stuff. But that's the cool thing about Super Saiyan 4 is it's actually a physical transformation, not just his hair getting longer and changing color. Plus it goes back to the Grade 8 theme of Dragon Ball. Okay. Alright. I'm really gonna get started now. I've got the reference here. I've got this yellowish color I'm going to sprite with, so we're just gonna use these shapes. kind of oblong circles and ovals to block out the character, so it's different, but I'm starting with the chest. I guess the shoulders would be here, and this would be his head. Triceps. Forearms. Fist. Forearm. Fist. Booty. Legs. That's the trick. A lot of people think you need to make a character taller to look, make the legs longer. You just play around with the proportions. Make the legs longer, it makes the character look more dynamic. So the back foot would be about here. See, kind of looks like he's Vegeta's proportions right there. So I'm going to have to make the thighs longer, raise up the... Make the thighs longer, raise up the crotch, is that the word? This is going to be in profile. I'm going to erase some lines, clean this up. Let me put this back. So this is the top. Sleeves down, so they will be about here. So that means I can erase. Actually, I can keep this just as a fold. And I can cover up most of the legs, so I don't have to worry about spraying up. Actually, this should probably be a different section. I can imagine that flowing in the wind, so now I'll separate it later. If I want it to, I'll separate. If I want to do that, I'll separate it later. It's just that. And would his tail be in the air though? Would that get in the way? Erasing sketch lines. It may be easier to use layers to separate all the elements of a character for you can animate them easier later, but I'm not sure if I am going to animate this. This may just be one-off sprite, so in most cases I separate the character into layers later. Like these legs are covered now, but well, they will be once I start filling out these colors, but I'll just bring them back if I want to sprite back. Alright, he's wearing shoes and his calves are wrapped, so I can make them a little thinner than this. But I'll keep the feet big. Oh, downloaded content says Goku SSB or SSJ4. This is SJ4. Oh, which one I prefer? I think I like this one the most. I don't even know any, as far as like aesthetics, like Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Goku is just Super Saiyan Goku with blue hair and blue eyes. But Super Saiyan 4 Goku he's a monkey man. So that's cool. And he has black hair. I really like black hair over the other color hair. I just think that's a trait of Saiyans to have black hair. Even though Trunks doesn't, but you know, he's not full Saiyan. So I like that they lean into the Saiyan traits, like the turning into an ape while keeping your humanoid form and the black hair. And I like the red around the eyes and the yellow eyes. Just, he's literally transforming. That's what I like about the design. All right. Make his back a little wider. Actually, a lot wider. I think it looks cool. This music's different. It's Bojack. Picture of Bojack. Wizzy Whippet, wonderful special upload the theme of Bojack. Yep. So this is a actual cover, I think. Well, I guess not. Super Saiyan Goku. I need a good profile shot of Goku. I guess I could put the ear here. Actually, it would just look like this. Let's edit this. Let's edit Goku. I could use whoever... I don't want to use this person's edit. I don't know who edited this. I save people's Z2i sprites for reference. Not to copy it, but to see what they did and make it my own. I think they got the hair right, though. Now, I'm not going to swipe anything. Except for Balthazar's Goku. I don't think Balthazar would mind. Uh-oh. Let me adjust some stuff. Get rid of this blue. This red. I guess I'll get rid of his hair. I'm going to redo his hair.
size too low.
Head further back. Line it up with the spine.
This would be the top of the back. Neck would be turned to the side. Its mouth would be over there.
The hair's going to cover up most of the back, so guess I'll block that out now.
His forehead's covered, let's uncover his forehead a little bit.
Yo, Retro, I didn't know you had left. I don't know how to do this hair.
Even though Super Saiyan 4 is majority hair.
By Goku? I don't think so. Okay. So he used whoever made this used the same colors around the eyes. Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna make these eyes a little bigger. Make these eyebrows a little farther down. I really don't get the hair. Well, there's these. So there's two bangs, fringe, as they call it. Retro says, so yeah, is there a way I could contact the creator to maybe ask him about joining? Well, you don't have to join. That's the great thing about it being a fan game. Actually, the two people who do the music, like Wizzy and DeMarcus 008, who are talking about before, they're not technically part of the team. They're contributors. So if you make a theme, you can contribute it to the game, and if they like it, they'll actually put it into the game. Ace the Joe Man. Welcome. I got your name. How are you this Friday night? I took a nap before I streamed, so I'm doing okay. Some people would even say I slept before I went to the stream. I probably believe. What just happened to my screen? Did I unplug it? Yeah, I unplugged my screen, didn't I? Well, everyone else can see it. I can't. My Wacom tablet's attached to a power strip, and it's on a box. And it just fell, so make my screen unplugged, so I've got to flip the screen back. There. Didn't even have to go to another screen, just fix it right on the air. My sketchbook 340 says, "Hey Alpha, I caught a stream. What you working on?" H Joe the Man says, "Good morning or good night. Which one fits?" It's after midnight, so I guess you could say it's morning, but the sun hasn't risen, so it's not a new day yet. So, yeah, either. I am working on, what the? Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Wait, what's it called? Dragon Ball Hero Super Saiyan 4 Xeno Goku. I just need to get this hair right, otherwise it's not going to look like anyone. Maybe I should swipe it. Swipe the hair. I'm gonna turn my phone. Retro asks, so how do I contribute? On the Hyper Dragon Ball Z Discord, there at the very bottom there's a contribution thread. I think that's the best way to put it. My sketchbook 340 says, so you do pixel art or make game assets? Yeah. At the moment, the only game that's going to retail that I've worked on is Blazing Strike. You can pre-order it now. I don't even know if the game's done. I finished working on my section of I ended my contract last year. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. So I don't know if the game's done. I just know that the game's up for pre-order. I'm also working on sprites for a new game called Blazing World Stars. It's like an anthropomorphic animal fighting game, but there's humans in it, so I don't know. But the characters I work on are really cool. And I work on Hyper Dragon Ball Z. This is a fan game. Dragon Ball fan game. Currently, I only have one character released, and that is Pilaf. I did the majority of that character's animations and moves. But yeah, I am looking for work in video games. Yesterday I was gonna apply for Way Forward to do tile sprites for assets and stage design. I usually don't do that, because I like working on actual characters. But I don't have any examples of tile art, so I am going to wait to do that. I'm gonna raise his arm up. I don't like that. I'm just gonna squeeze it. Let's just redraw the arm altogether. Okay. And the shoulder drop. Tricep. Bicep. Elbow. Tricep. Gotta get this hair. It won't look like me. So this Goku's hair is mostly black. Well, it's just gray and then it's like this black. So I guess I'll block in those colors. Then fill them in. My sketch. Oh, okay. Let me go back. My sketchbook 340 says Blazing Strike. That sounds familiar. Dude, this is cool. So, you a big fighting game fan then? Yeah, I've been playing fighting games since, if you count Mode B of Double Dragon on NES, since I was like a baby. My older brother got me into it. But yeah, playing Mode B on Double Dragon, I was like, wow, it would be cool if there was a whole game like this. And then all of a sudden Street Fighter showed up years later, and it's like, wow, a whole game that's like Mode B Double Dragon. People just get to fight. I don't know, it just hit me. I don't know. Start thinking about my brother and Blazing Strike. Like, this Super Saiyan is kind of like bananas. Really interesting. It's funny. I need more black. Well, it's not really black, it's just really dark. But yeah, fighting games are the games I play the most. I like being the characters, and, you know, you get to see the, you know, full body of the characters and play the characters. You're not seeing a top-down 3/4 angle or anything like that.
you're not doing a first person where it doesn't really matter what the character looks like.
That was the funny thing I thought about that game, Cyberpunk. It's like, oh, this customization is like, it's a first person game. You don't get to see yourself, so what does it matter?
Well, that was kind of a tangent. Yeah. I like fighting games a lot. They're the only kind of games I really get into as a genre. Like, when it comes to adventure games or third-person games, adventure games and stuff like that, you have to impress me enough to get my attention to play. But with fighting games, I'll give most of them a try, no matter how old they are or obscure. Just because they're fighting games, I like them. My sketchbook 340 says, I count PvP fighting games as fight games, but I count Double Dragon and that dude says action side scrollers. That's a long time.
Okay. That's a long time, yeah.
You check out Shredder's Revenge yet?
Yeah, I played Shredder's Revenge. I really like that. I like calling those brawler games or beat 'em up games. That's what I usually call them. And yeah, that goes back to the arcade culture and stuff, you know. It's usually beat 'em ups, racing games, and fighting games. Anything that you could play in one setting without not spending too much time. Yeah, I like games like that. Like sit down, play a round or a game or two, you know, just leave. Battle Royale games, they interest me, but then, you know, like Fortnite and PUBG. I like watching other people play them because I'm bad at them. And I think they're third-person games too. So I could stand in third-person shooters. First-person, I don't like first-person shooters. But yeah, I can watch other people play that are good because I start rooting for them. It's like those matches are about, I feel like 10 to 15 minutes. So it's like, it's almost like a mini movie. It's like, you just want to see how it turns out. When I play, it's not 10 to 15 minutes. It's like 5 minutes. I land, then I get killed. So how am I going to do this here? One, two, three, four. Let's do one here. I think that'll do it. That'll look like Goku. Maybe a little spike. That looks like it's sitting shorter. The eye line's the same, wasn't it? I guess this is tricep. I mean, yeah, I think that's tricep. Yo, Jeff Potts is here. Hello, Jeff Potts. Your book's doing really well. At least, I don't know, from what I hear, it's doing really well. I still need to get around to reading it. I'm not, actually, I would read it, but I'm trying to get
I'm trying to get around to reading stuff on ACX, that Audible network thing. If I just read stuff for fun, I never get around to reading it for work, anything for work. This hair's strange. How do I get this straight? Okay, I'll look at this hair. I'll use more black. That'll unify everything, right? But yeah, I was lurking on... What? I wasn't lurking, I was in the chat. I was in the chat of Chester Busby's channel. Making smart aleck comments. So yeah, I'm happy for your success. I like seeing people do well. Yeah, I was going to be part of the draw along. I thought about actually joining the stream as a contestant, but didn't feel, well, I felt like it, but I didn't have any inspiration. It's like, this is a really cool character, but I don't know anything about this character. It's easier for me to make artwork of characters I can relate to or know the history of. If I don't, it's just a dude standing there, or scowling, or punching at the screen, you know? It's like, would this character do this? I don't know. That's why usually when there's a topic, I will ask if there's any reference or bio, character bio or something. So I'll throw some strands up there. Yeah, Jetpot says, thanks, you should join the competition. I haven't, running Discord, it slows down my art tablet. If I could set up this webcam to point at a piece of paper or something, I probably could. I really don't want to draw on paper though. Because it's a 2-hour time limit and I need all the advantages I can get. I hate running out of time. I can't tell if that looks good or bad. How does this guy's hair look? It's really big hair. being too reserved with it, I guess. Well, let's do this one. Big animation. From the series that made big hair popular. Pardon me. Pot says, I kind understand that. I just can't write anything. I have to write my own stuff. Yeah, that's it. I think it goes back to the same principle. If you were asked to write a comic book for someone, even if it was just one chapter, I mean, one comic, one issue or 2 issues, or an entire arc, as a writer, you would have to know the character. And I think that's a big problem with comics now is these people are asked to write comic book characters that they don't know anything about. You can always go on Wikipedia and skim over some stuff, but if you haven't been following the character, you might write something totally off the wall that conflicts with something that happened before in the comic, you know? And I saw that happening a lot before I stopped reading mainstream comics. Well, I read Udon, Street Fighter. Well, I don't read superhero comics anymore. I read stuff based on video game characters now. I don't know if I got this hair right. It's still bothering me. Well, I guess I'll fill in all these colors, see how everything turns out. There's a red. Shoulders are looking too narrow.
But yeah, if you ask me to draw someone, like with the sprites that I did the stream before, I didn't have any background on those characters, so I kind of made up a story of my own for them. I think I did hear from the creator that they were rivals. So while I tried to make them similar heights, and I tried to make them distinct from each other. So they would, that's, they'll be individuals, not the palette swap. He's got black pants on. I guess I could use the hair color again. Now I'll use this. Okay, I make these ankles way too thin. Too low. I've got to raise a lot of this up. That looks better. I hope. Let's do this arm again. It's not a bad arm, it's just, in my mind, that's not the way I imagined it. Jeff Pot says, well, I thought I'd just pop in to say hi. I'm gonna head to bed now. Later, Jeff Potts. I appreciate you stopping by. I wish I could have streamed earlier. I overslept. Wish I was on a normal sleep schedule. I actually went jogging yesterday morning at sunrise. Then I worked out. I thought it would help me go to sleep. It actually woke me up.
But then I ended up saying, well, I'll take a nap later in the, evening. Pretty much just went to sleep for the evening. And that's why I'm streaming so late at night. There are a lot of artists who stream late, so I guess it's okay. I really don't care for it myself, but that's maybe because I'm too busy watching them stream. I do wonder sometimes if I drew this on paper, would it have been easier to convert into a sprite? Or would I still be adjusting all the shapes and sizes? From my experience, I would still have to adjust placement and sizes of body parts, arms, legs, stuff like that. Just block out the silhouette, right? Once I get that the way I want, everything else should just work out. How far down? Okay, go on. His arms are about here. So Goku's arms should be around here too. I'm just checking to see how the eyes look on these characters. So it's one vertical, they're vertical and it's 2 pixels stacked on top of each other. Lighter color above the darker color, so I guess it goes in. Blade. Okay, at times like this, I need back anatomy. So, please bear with me as I get my Capcom anatomy chart that I have. This is actually Capcom body reference, that's what it's called. It's not made for Toriyama style, but it should help me out. Where'd it go? Did I close it as soon as I opened it? Or is it over here? No. Let's try this again. Right click, preview. Alright. Minimize that and move it to the second screen. Go back to the Sprite. Back here. Right. Alright, so that's how a back should look, according to Capcom. I'm actually really good at drawing characters from the front. Drawing characters from behind is really difficult for me. I think that's part of the reason I wanted to sprite this character. Just wanted to challenge myself. Right, it's got the blue. I'll use this Goku's blue. More back stuff. I don't want it to look like the front, so better not put too much detail back here. I'm gonna move this head back. I think that looks better. Adding a slight lean to his stance. Okay, the shoes are black too. These yellow lines are just for reference. I really should just block things out with the color more. That's the last thing I'll refine are the lines. I'm gonna move this tail down. It's too high. Let's redo this one. Let's raise this up. Maybe the feet are too close together. It's a lot of give and take. A lot of moving stuff around. Now I feel like the head's still too close. Let's just move this really quick and it doesn't look right. Hey everybody, there's 4 people here. I am doing a late night stream. Me working on this pixel art. I noticed that a lot of people, all my most viewed videos are Hyper Dragon Ball Z related. The Jiren animation I did, that's like 400 and something, I think. That's just right off the top of my head. I was like, wow, people really like seeing me make this Hyper Dragon Ball Z artwork. So I decided, hey, let's make a draw stream where I just do something for fun instead of for work. People might like it.
So I think maybe not every Friday, but
I'll try to. This is my idea of just, you know, drawing. I mean, spriting stuff for fun that people would like. I haven't run into a lot of people who like Dragon Ball Heroes. There's a lot of Hyper Dragon Ball Z fans and stuff. You know, I think most of them like the Z era more than anything. I think I'll raise this up. And this is a promotional anime, which most people don't like about it. It's just glorified fanfiction. That's the way I call it. But I really like this design. Because this is what Super Saiyan 4 usually looks like. Yellow pants,
bright red. I'll call it bright red instead of pink.
bright red fur, blue, black hair, burning red eyes, you know, like he has allergies.
But I like this design because it anchors everything down with a black instead of a yellow.
Even though I'm using yellow now. Let's make this waist smaller. Maybe that'll give me the look I want. I think I need a new background color. No, I just need to get rid of these lines, don't I? These red lines are getting in my way. Focus with red lines. Wrong way. Let's try this here. I think that looks better, right about there. Hey, Joe the Man, what do you think about Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta design? I like it, Gogeta design. I like it, I like the red hair. I was actually thinking about doing that character instead of this one. But I decided to go with this because I don't know if anyone's ever sprited this. I just really like this cloak. Right. Like this arm. I kind of think there's a no GT rule with Hyper Dragon Ball Z. I don't know if that's true or not. I think I've heard it. I think it's kind of a meme though. Sort of like the no more Gokus thing. Did I get it? I think I got it. I think I got it where I want it now. My oldest brother's having a 4th of July barbecue. I really don't want to go, but I guess I'll end up going. Oh, H. Joe the Man says, what did you think about DBS?
Dragon Ball Super. I didn't really care for it. Only episodes I really liked were the filler episodes. The episodes where people call filler. I call them slice of life episodes. The episodes where you just get to see the characters being the characters, not in some life or death battle or tournament. Just, you know, characters hanging out.
Those are the episodes I like the most of Dragon Ball Super. Because to have good fight scenes, I think you need good animation, and most of Dragon Ball Super's animation wasn't that great. But for comedy and slice of life stuff, it doesn't need to be that good. You just need really good acting. And I thought those were the best moments of the whole show, where they were just being funny. I didn't like the top. I only like one episode. I'll call it the top tournament. It's the Tournament of Power. That's too long. Let's just call it the top. When it comes to the top tournament, I like the way I like the ending, the very ending, the results. I like the results. Didn't actually enjoy watching the tournament much at all. I liked one episode. I think it was the animator's Nishitani. That's the only episode I really liked out of all of Dragon Ball Super, the series. It just looked really good. It reminded me of Dragon Ball Z. It was animated great. And I was waiting for an episode like that to show up. And when it was gone, I didn't really like the show that much after that. I just watched it for the story. I can't really enjoy the fights. That's why I feel like I like the movies more than the show now. I'd rather wait 3 years for a new movie than watch 250 mediocre episodes of a show. It's kind of like, I didn't realize that until they redid the Beerus Battle of Gods and Resurrection F. And they added a whole bunch of episodes, and I was like, this was way better when it was just an hour and a half. I didn't really get much new out of the experience. I wasn't having fun. I did like the corrections that they made to the movie. I mean, in the series compared to the movie. Like, if something was weird in the movie, they went out of their way to adjust it and stuff, but they should have noticed that stuff before they made the movie. Like Goku, Super Saiyan Blue Goku getting shot with a laser and it actually hurting him. But in the series, they changed it to where he at least depowered to base form before he got shot, to where it would hurt him. You know, fixes like that. I appreciate them saying, well, we need to fix this stuff for continuity, but the movies are just too good. They're higher budget, better animation, story streamlined, all the fats cut out of it. It's just really fun to watch the movies. And the series just feels like a chore. It's like I'm digging for gold. I'm a prospector, sifting through a bunch of dirt, waiting for that one little, some gold dust to peek through, you know? But with the comedy, they were funny. I liked it. Alright, I'm gonna color these lines now. I think I got the pose where I want it. There's some rough stuff, but think will work. Oh yeah, downloaded content says my favorite filler was the Raleigh episode. Yeah, I like that episode a lot. It's always interesting. It's like, are these characters guest characters? Or are they in their own world, or what? Some people say that Penguin Village is in the part of Dragon Ball world that has last names, because in mainline area the characters don't have last names. Like Bulma, her last name isn't Briefs or Brief. They don't have last names. I think they even made a comment like, "Oh, you're from that region that has last names." I don't know where that was. I don't know who said that, but somebody said that somewhere. But yeah, Bulma doesn't have a last name. Dr. Brief's name is Brief. People just assume that, you know, like in America, character's name, like if you're a professional, your title goes and then your last name. I think that's your surname. It's next. But in Dragon Ball world, they don't have surnames in certain regions, so I'll say Toriyama world. I like calling it that. In Toriyama world, they don't have surnames. So that Hyper Dragon Ball Z intro with Bulma and introducing herself as Bulma Briefs, or Brief, that's inaccurate. What kind of fans do you think you are? You're fake fans. Bunch of posers. I read the manga. You're just a bunch of anime watchers. Probably looked at a Wikipedia. Just want to fit in with all the Dragon Ball fans. Just kidding, that's a joke. But yeah, the last name thing, that's true. Only certain regions in the Dragon Ball world have last names. The rest don't. Oh yeah, I should have looked at this Vegeta. He has that pose. I think I got pretty close though. It's like the tricep right here. Elbow. Let me raise this up a little bit. Traps. Trap Peasy is mostly said. Don't know about this foot though. I'll just copy how Vegeta's feet are. What other episode did I like? I liked the very first episode of Dragon Ball Super, where they're looking for a gift for Videl. See, that's just the kind of stuff I like. I like stuff. I like the baseball episode. That was the episode after the Arale episode. I like the episode where King Cow wanted to be wished back to life, so he wouldn't have the halo anymore. But they used all the wishes on other stuff. I guess I'd rather have the, corny comedy stuff that Dragon Ball's known for than mediocre fights. Movies are where the really good fights are. Tournament of Power had hundreds of contestants. I don't remember hardly any of those characters. So there was a point in time where I would say, yeah, I'm a really dedicated Dragon Ball fan. I know everything about all the characters. And then now it's to the point where they added so many characters in Dragon Ball Super in that tournament. If you threw a name at me of like the flea guy who knocked out Piccolo, spoiler, I don't know that character's name. So there's like over 100 Dragon Ball characters' names that I don't know now. I've never had a series do that, where it's just like, okay, we're gonna introduce all these characters. It's like, dang. They're all gonna have names, they're all gonna have episodes, and I don't even remember them. One show I wish would have gotten dubbed and released in America was the Dr. Slump remake, where Raleigh had brown hair. I didn't care for the brown hair, but I think I would have enjoyed that show a little bit more than Dragon Ball Super. But I've never seen it available, subbed or whatever. I do have the Raleigh movie collection that was released on DVD, and I got a few episodes of Dr. Slump. Wait, no, I don't think those are a few episodes. There's like 2 movies, I think. I don't know, it's a movie collection. I have that movie collection. I actually got audio for a Raleigh from it. Ace the Joe Man asked, well, I like Spriting, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, and Sonic. What characters do you have a wonderful time Spriting? I like the Pilaf robot, because it was so easy. It animated really fast. If I had an idea, I could just move some pixels around and edit it, and it would look fairly decent without a lot of work. With a character like I'll say Dragon Ball Superhero Super Saiyan 4 Xeno Goku, I would have to, like, for a stance where they hardly move, I could do some editing and pixel shifting. I'd probably have to animate this cloak and this tail separate and this hair. Well, the hair I'd probably edit. For breathing, I could, shift some stuff around. For the pants, But if I want to, when I have to actually do an attack, I have to do pose to pose with some fill-ins. No, in-betweens. Yeah, I think I got this where I want it. I'll clean that up later. Let's get these. Grab this color right here. Lasso tool. This tail. finish this off, man. Boom. There you go. That's why I use a color like yellow, for I can see better. It's gonna get a little weird with this red because it's similar to his hair color. I think I've said this before, but my color depth perception is really bad. I'm bad with gradation. See? Oh boy. The fur color blended into the color of the... Wait, I should probably color another color, huh? Let's use this. It's not the right color, but it'll stand out where I can actually see it. Yeah, I could actually tell this from this. Right, now this blue, pour it on me. Yeah. I ended up, color separating some characters because I kept running into problems where my coders were like, you had this color over here and this color over here, you need to index. And I'm like, it is indexed. I think it was indexed. Well, okay, at first it wasn't indexed, then I indexed it, but then I would still use colors in the wrong spot. And it's because the colors are so similar, I could not tell them apart. So when I sprite stuff now, I'm going to make sure that I'm using colors that I can actually see the difference in. Wow. I say that and then I pick a lot of colors that you can't tell the skin from the... Okay, bright colors on the top. 2 pixels. That still looks kind of like the skin color, but... What's this? I don't have to worry about color separation. This isn't a character. This is just one sprite. It's just one sprite. I just want it to look cool. Yeah, this stuff. I think getting the stance and silhouette of the character correct is maybe the hardest part of making this character. Alright, this is, you look at these wraps over here, they go higher. But I do like how baggy these are. Well, I guess it would benefit the character to have some more ankles. Higher, you know, some... some ankle room. Yeah, have I? I don't know. Yeah, Peel Off was the most fun I've had. Just because, well, there are some challenges with the character, but progress went really, really fast on that character. I think we got Peel Off done, like what everyone's playing right now, in about a year and a half. I've been working on Neko Majin Z since 2015 and it's still not done. Same thing with Arale. But that was mainly because I started working on Hyper Dragon Ball Z. So I had a team that I, had depending on me to get stuff that help them get things done. So I didn't want to be selfish and spend too much time on my own personal projects. Yeah, this is coming along nice. It's almost the way I imagined it. Oh, well, these two references are enough. I'm gonna add the ripping. We'll add this part. I guess this side could have it too. I'm actually pretty fast at Spriting. Now that I have a Sprite. And I know about the lasso tool trick. It helps a lot. I wish there was a color replacement brush. I think there's an option to make your own brushes that automatically go through the I'm gonna lower this a little bit. Get more of the back. That's the coolest part about the monkey form. Fur. It doesn't look good, I'll just undo it. Huh. There's this. These pixels to do what you want is a challenge.
I get the anatomy wrong, I'll just say it's Saiyan anatomy. He's an alien. Don't worry about it. He's an alien. He's a beast. He's huge. That's awesome. It's so cool. It's intimidating. Stan Lee had a rule with his comic book characters. I think it was a cover that he wrote some notes on that someone had saved. It said, "The hero looks too weak. You want the hero to look as threatening and intimidating as the villain." I think that concept or idea has been lost over the years. I know people want the hero to look like he has a mountain to face with his villains. But at the same time, I think that people have leaned too much into making the villain look so threatening that they end up looking... sometimes the villains end up being more cool and interesting than the good guys because they're threatening. They have a presence about them, you know? And the hero doesn't. So Stan Lee was right. Never make make sure the hero is as imposing and strong looking as the villain is. Alright, I need to taper this waist. I just can't. How did he do it? So here? I'll have to add some space here, I guess. So I'll zoom in. Let's take away some pixels. Maybe I should... Nah. Yeah, this is here. This is up here. So yeah, maybe I could lower this some more. Throw this color in. But yeah, there's a lot of instances where you're looking at a hero compared to the villain and you're like, man, this villain's awesome. That's what happened with a lot of characters like Lobo and Deadpool. People saw them and they're like, this character's so cool. I want to see this character more. That's why I like Taskmaster as a character from Marvel. I was reading Agent X and I was like, who is this? And it was Taskmaster. And it was the, udon look.
So my first exposure to the character Taskmaster was with the Udon look, so that's why I could prefer that look over the pirate look. But as the years have passed, I like the pirate look too. It's not as bad as I first thought it was. I didn't know they were the same character. It was just that different. And in most cases, when it comes to redesigning characters, I want as much of the original design to remain as possible. Just so you know it's the same character. And that wasn't the case with Alvin Lee's... Not Alvin Lee, was it? Yeah, Alvin Lee's Taskmaster. Alvin Lee's also the guy who drew the Udon comics for the majority of the issues. In the early 90s. He's a concept artist now for some studios. A lot of comic book artists from the 2000s have just left comic books just because the money's not that good. And they become concept artists for video games and stuff. Wait, I can't really see it from this close. Alright, let's do this again. Yeah. Once again, I'm sorry for streaming so late. I don't want to make it a habit of streaming this late. This up. Thank you all for visiting. I don't know what time zone most of you are all in. It's pretty late here, as you can see in the corner. But yeah, I am enjoying working on this sprite. It's a cool looking character. Don't know if I would like animating him. It's a very complex design. His hair's looking cool. Alright, time to work on this fur, so... I don't know, he looks kind of short. Maybe it's because I've lowered his waist so much for the back to show. Now I want the legs to be longer. And I could do that by actually making them taller, or I can raise this back up. Ah, that's a lot of empty space right here. I guess I could raise it back up. Oh well. Let's raise. I don't know, I like where the tail is. Two pixels up. It's about the same position as his belt. I mean, sash, so... Hope that helps. Alright, let's zoom back out. Alright, I think that looks fairly good. Let me look at Vegeta's feet. Yo, Scroll Boss. Hey! Scroll Boss, that's Prime. Hey, Prime. This is Alpha. Scroll Boss says, hey, Alpha Proto, cool to see you spriting live. Yeah, I usually don't sprite this late at night. I try to stream ideally at 5 p.m. Central. But I actually start getting tired around 5 p.m. Central. Alright, need to eat dinner or make dinner. It's always something around 5. The sun's going down, or I go walking. That's what I usually do. Thank you for showing up. Yeah, usually I've been working on, like, I've been showing the games I'm actually working on. while I stream. But the stuff that gets the most attention is this Dragon Ball Z stuff, because it's Dragon Ball Z. So give the people what they want. So I'm gonna try to maybe work on a Dragon Ball Z character on Fridays. So I should see a big turnaround of views and people on Fridays. If I just work on Hyper Dragon Ball Z then. But that means that when I am on stream, like the rest of the week, I should be working on stuff I'm supposed to be working on. Let's see how these wrinkles go. So it does like this. From behind, it doesn't do the same thing. Rub. So the knee would crease right about here. Let's do this. Fold there. So there. But yeah, I saw your G.I. Joe showcase. That was really cool. I've been an admirer of the G.I. Joe Classified line of figures. I didn't really grow up watching. Well, okay, I saw G.I. Joe because my oldest brother watched it. He was such a fan, he ended up going to the Air Force. I think that's what happened with most people who grew up watching G.I. Joe. They actually went into the military. But you know what? When I see my brother tomorrow at his 4th of July dinner, barbecue, meal, whatever, I'm going to ask him, you went to the military, if you were G.I. Joe, what would your code name be? Because he went to be a medic in the Air Force. So I guess if you survive crashing your plane, you would go see him. Scroll Boss says, hey, can't blame you there. At least the Mass Appeal franchise to pick up is actually good, so you have fun working on it. Yeah. That's one thing about pixel art. It's like you're making what if art. Like, what if G.I. Joe had a video game other than the... That was interesting. That was actually a really cool... G.I. Joe's actually had really good games. The NES game, that was hard, but it was like Ninja Gaiden, and everybody had their own abilities. That was a good game. I remember my brothers playing that. The arcade game, it's a third-person run-and-gun shooter, which is something I would have never expected. But it's a really great idea. It was executed really well for, at the time. Your sprites are kind of like these. What if Capcom made a G.I. Joe game? Or what if DC had Capcom make a game? Or what if, a lot of what if. I like that. That's one of the things that brought me into pixel art. I wanted to know. First it was editing. I just wanted to, because I'd seen Street Fighter 2V, and I'm like, Ryu and Ken don't dress like this in Street Fighter 2V. I mean, in Street Fighter Alpha, so I edited the Street Fighter Alpha characters to look like Street Fighter 2V characters. Wish I still had those sprites, but I don't. They were lost to time when Kazaa would put viruses on my computer, and then we'd have to wipe the computers or get new ones because of viruses. Thanks, Kazaa. Then we couldn't save anything because we only had floppy disks at the time. I think they only saved about 4 megabytes, 4.5 megabytes. So, it's like, well, you gotta wipe the computer. It's got a virus. Back up everything, and it's like, I can't back anything up. Everything, all my art's made in
all my pixel art and art was made in Microsoft Paint, and there was only two formats. There was JPEGs, which made everything all blurry and lower quality, and they had bitmaps. And the bitmaps were huge, so I couldn't save anything. Sorry, I got lost in these details. Scrollboss says, yeah, the arcade G.I. Joe game was like Konami's early Devastator. Yeah, that game's cool. People talk about how much fun X-Men, the arcade, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are to play in arcade with multiple people, but I look at that G.I. Joe and I'm like, yeah, that'd be really awesome. And I don't think that game got... I think the popularity of G.I. Joe was like, if you really think about it, it's stood strong all the way up into the 90s, and that game came out in the 90s. I think the game, G.I. Joe's having its anniversary. I'm its oldest G.I. Joe, real American hero, so started in 82, and it was like bell curve wise. I think that it was super popular up until Ninja Turtles overtook it. And then Ninja Turtles got overtook by Power Rangers. It's kind of like a popularity thing. The newest thing, it's always, new freshness, new hotness. Not old and busted. That's the second part, but it's like new hotness. Kids are always, there's always a new generation of kids that want something that's theirs, it seems like. And with my generation, it was mostly Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And my brother's generation, it was G.I. Joe and Transformers. I think you're in my oldest brother's generation. But there's one thing I know for sure. It's like, I really like the G.I. Joe Classifieds. Like I said, I wasn't really paying attention when the cartoon was on. My older brother would watch it, but there's a few episodes that stand out in my mind. It's like one where it was mostly Shipwrecked that like really stood out. There was an episode where he woke up and he was older, and it was like a Twilight Zone episode, and it really stuck with me. And I'm like, I think back to it, and I'm like, they did this in a 22-minute cartoon? Wow. But yeah, people just say, oh, it's a toy commercial, and it's like, dude, that episode was like something out of Twilight Zone. So, they make him think that he's older than he is, like that he's been in a coma for like a decade. And he's got gray hair. And everybody has a microchip on the back of their neck to brainwash him or control him. And they're trying to get his secrets that way. I really like that episode. And there was the Window Wiper episode. The Viper. That stuck out in my mind. I didn't get it as a kid. I just remembered the punchline and it's like, what? I don't get it. And then as I got older, I was like, oh, that's it. Plus, another thing about G.I. Joe, they're real American hero. They're playing it 24/7 on YouTube now. So if I really, really wanted to, I wouldn't have to go out and buy a bunch of DVDs. I'd just have to just leave it on and watch the episodes. That stuff was written really well. It's easy to criticize it when you haven't seen it. It was very well written. It's written better than some movies. But yeah, now I see the G.I. Joe Classified figures, and I'm like, I see how they're articulated well, the designs are updated, they look good, they're 6-inch figures, they fit into with my other collections that I was collecting, the Marvel Legends and Soda Street Fighters, SH Figure Arts to a degree, Power Rangers, all that stuff, they fit in line, so, not that I mix and match a lot, but they look so good, I want to buy them, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, you're just gonna buy them because they look cool. You don't really know these characters. I'm like, well, I know of them. Their names are cool. And it's interesting that these figures are getting me... I'm nostalgic for watching my brother play with the O-Ring 4-inch figures. And he had a Croc Master and a Hardball and a... Outback. Super soldier guy that he mailed off for. And in my mind, I'm like, I'm reliving when I was like a little baby watching him play with that stuff, and I'm like, man, I want this stuff. I actually want to show off those figures to him. So when I saw Crocmaster, and I just had a flashback, and I'm like, I remember when my brother got this. Alpine. The thing I didn't like about back then was I wanted the characters to look the way they did on the TV show. And it was always re-releases that had different designs. And I'm like, no, I want them to look like they do on the show. Scroll Boss says, that shipwreck episode was legendary. Really? So it didn't just leave an impression on little 2-year-old me, 3-year-old me. The show was funded like an ad, but they were told to not write it like an ad. They let them go wild with some stories. Classified is amazing. The details and texturing is off the charts. Yeah. It's no wonder that his tank got funded so fast. I'm telling you, like, as a kid, I watched the actual toy commercials, and I see those kids with in most cases, they didn't show them playing, you know, like in a sandbox or something. They showed a full-out diorama, and the kids were, like, playing in it. And in my mind, I'm like, oh, that's what I wanted as a kid. I didn't just want action figures and toys that, of the characters. I wanted that layout. And now I know how to make dioramas to display my stuff, so it's like, I'm tempted. Like, I don't have that emotional attachment. I mostly have nostalgia, and they look cool. So, I'm holding strong, though. Only thing I got was Gung Ho, and that was just to make a Ravager, to go with my Outback. I wanted to do the Outback display. I never got Outback Wolverine, the one that's like got crucified on the X, but I did get Lady Deathstrike. I got Bone Skull Crusher. No, I don't have the tank guy. I have the Bone Breaker. I don't know. He came with an extra head, so I bought 2 of those, and I was like, I don't like him having the same body. So I got Gung Ho. Then I took Gung Ho's vest and put it on the other Bone Breaker, and put the Bone Breaker vest on the Gung Ho, and then I painted up the extra Ravager, and, you know, made his skin dark to look like, and his hair black to look like a different character, and I modded them enough to look like a different character. So I have 3 Ravengers, Lady Deathstrike, and I would like to have that guy, Bone Crusher, Bone Breaker, Skull Crusher, whatever. The guy with the tank dress. I want that figure, but it's a build of figures. I need that and Pretty Boy to get the whole Ravager crew. They haven't made Pretty Boy. I tried to make a Pretty Boy out of this. I imported it from China. It's a 6-inch Terminator endoskeleton. I cut off the head, put some putty there, and then I put a Fandango head that I had from a WWE. I wasn't feeling it. Anyway, I better get back to Spriting. Scroll Boss says, yeah, catching classifieds, especially on sale, is perfect for custom fodder. Yep. Man, a lot of people didn't like the Snake Eyes G.I. Joe movie, but those classified, the figures of those, I think they're marked as classified, and they're really inexpensive. I like the way that Snake Eyes costume looked. I would get the movie Snake Eyes and use that as my default if I couldn't find the classified one. Same thing with Storm Shadow. I would do that, but I'm holding out. I don't want to do it. When I start collecting stuff, like, I know there's a Super 7 did a Bucky O'Hare line. They're on Big Bat Toy Store right now for around $25 on sale, and they usually go for 30 something. And in my mind, I'm looking at them, I'm like, man, those are so cool. And then I think back to when I was a kid, and I was like, Bucky O'Hare was the show I couldn't watch because it came on Sunday when I had to go to church. So I always missed it. But I love the way the designs look, and it's like, if I get these, am I going to really like them? Am I going to enjoy these? Am I going to be able to display these with just, you know, the way the characters look and how well articulated the figures are? Or am I going to be like, why'd I get this? Because I got Age of Apocalypse Sabretooth, and in the back of my mind I'm like, whoa, that's the way I want Sabretooth to look. It's so cool. And it's like, do you like Age of Apocalypse? And I'm like, no, but I like Sabretooth. He's a cool character. I like this face. I like this build. Maybe I could fudge it out for like a civilian dressed Sabretooth, you know? But then I got it and I was like, this isn't hidden the way I like I thought it would. Every time I see this, I think of AOA. And my memory of AOA is it's the storyline that took over right when I was starting to get into X-Men. Like the book I remember picking up at the grocery store on the magazine rack was Wolverine and Sabretooth facing off, and this was the first time that Wolverine was going to defeat Sabretooth in a one-on-one fight. And he pokes his brain, and then it's the world starts freezing, and then it's like, next, AOA. And I'm like, I want to see what happens. So for about 2 years, I'm like, no, you're going into the storyline. I don't care about this. I want to see what happens to Sabretooth and Wolverine. Anyway, this is how you highlight. Kids, folks, this is how you do it. The light hits from the top, so we're going to use this lasso tool to do this. Hit the muscles from above. Top of the muscle. Top of here. Top of the tricep, top of the deltoid. I don't even know if I should. I like that. Okay, let's do this tail. And get the fill bucket tool and click. Actually, let's try this. Let's try this. I've never done this before, but I want to try this. The in-between color, and I am going to... I don't know if this is going to work. Press, it's the S button or the F button? S. Deselect. Ha! That kind of worked, except it went over the face. Oh boy. I can fix that, but the amount of time it saves me compared to outline and everything. That worked pretty good. I like it. I've never done that before, but it worked. I like it. Still have cleanup to do, but it gives me an idea of what I was looking for. Scroll Boss says, yeah, catching classifieds, especially on sale, is perfect for custom fodder. Yeah, I wanted to try the same thing to make Pretty Boy. Sorry for distracting you with the G.I. Joe talk. Oh, no problem. I'm just happy to have something to talk about. I do focus. This is supposed to be fun. A fun stream. Friday night Sprite stream, just having some fun. Working on characters I always wanted to see and stuff. So, you know, it's good to have something to talk about. But yeah, I really got into action figures. It's like right
like I didn't have that many as a teenager or growing up. But then when I got my first paycheck, it's just like, wow, I could buy whatever I want now. I'm an adult. And one thing my parents would never want to buy me is toys. They're like, oh, you're going to grow out of this. And it's like, I kind of wish I did because I don't know, they're cool, man. I didn't expect them to get this good. The older I got, this really is kind of the golden age of action figures. They're expensive. They're getting it more expensive. Maybe, and the engineering's just way better now. It's just, they're really cool. I can't help it. I can help it. When you don't have money to spend, you can help it, but so, there's some, like that, like, man, I see the internet, it doesn't help. The internet, if there wasn't for YouTubers, I probably wouldn't even get back into action figures. Not that I ever really got out of them. I was using them for stop motion animation. But now I just like displaying them. Like, I saw them on Instagram. No, wait, it was a news article on Yahoo where someone had some photos of some stormtroopers. I can't believe they made an article on that. They were like, it's like watching, these shots are like Saving Private Ryan with stormtroopers. And I'm like, wow, that's so cool. They did that with action figures? They look that good? And it kind of stuck in my mind. I was like, wow, I gotta check these out again. Oh boy. It's a rabbit hole. It's like I get older, but the stuff I like, as long as it keeps my interest, I stick with it. It's like that Shredder's Revenge game. It's like, I never thought they would make that. Something like that, you know. I enjoy the modern Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, you know, for the most part. Like, I could get the same enjoyment out of it as, you know, classic stuff, but I never thought they would make something like Shredder's Revenge. If they did, I thought they would use, you know, probably Rise of the TMNT or something for that. But they didn't. That was surprising. They really wanted to make a new arcade-style Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game, so. Good on them. I was gonna say my hat's off to them, but I'm still wearing the hat. I don't feel like taking it off. For Sprite. Sorry. But yeah, this is a good conversation. Yeah. In my everyday life, I don't get to talk to... Only person I get to talk to about action figures is my brother, my younger brother. We have mostly the same interests, and we live together, so... We grew up together, and... So yeah, we, you know... Yeah, it's no wrist. It's like John Cena with these armbands. Anyway, man, this fur's looking cool. We go back to the G.I. Joe talk. Yeah, classifieds catching, especially on sale. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to try the same thing. Pretty Boy, sorry. Oh, no problem. I like the movie and some of the toys. I got a Scarlet. Yeah, I would get the Scarlet if I couldn't find the classified one. Got Scarlet on the cheap and just ordered a second one for Custom Potter. I can't afford those Super 7 figures now either. But they look great. Yeah, when it comes to Super 7, they look amazing and they have the new articulation, but they look like the older ones. It's almost like they say, it's like they're giving you the look of the older ones with the engineering of today and stuff. But I can't help but think I could just get the original classic like action figures on eBay for cheaper. They're 4 inches tall and they won't pose as good. But I'd be just as happy with those, like Ray Fillet, and when it comes to Ninja Turtles anyway, I would be happy with those. Nah, I want to use this deltoid again. Bring back the deltoid. But yeah, most of the Super 7, I can't see myself getting those because they look so much like the original figures. I just say, instead of spending $50, I'm going to go on eBay and get some resales, you know. I don't need all the pieces. I just, if I want it, I'll just get it. Like, I bought a Slash action figure. I always wanted Slash as a kid. I remember being at school and a kid brought his Slash figure to school and he was playing near the swing and I was like, man, I want that Slash. But I could never find Slash. So thanks to eBay, I was able to get Slash. Sometimes eBay's it's less of a store and more of a high-class online garage sale for people who want to get rid of stuff. No, let's bring this back. Yeah, about that. But yeah, I watched the Whoosh. I used to watch Artemis Prime, but I don't know. I don't think he's as critical as I would like. I watched Boog Nice, Anthony's Customs. I used to watch. The first reviewer I watched was Sean X Long. He used to do Hot Toys reviews, and the reason I watched him was because I knew I could never get a Hot Toy figure. I could, but no, I'm not going to spend $300 on anything. On a fig. Well, I said that, but then I started having disposable income, and I ended up buying the Sentinel 4-inch nail Cutman Super Mega Man figure. It was kind of peer pressure. I was like, man, that looks cool. And then I saw pictures of other people with it, and they're like, yeah, you should get it. When I got it, and I was like, I think I spent $200 on this. It's 2 4-inch figures. They're really well made, but bad idea. But that was years ago. I've since it's probably an investment. That's the way I like to think about it sometimes. Scrollbot says, I really need to practice using Sprite more. I own it, but only use it for a few features. Yeah, that's what happened to me. I was using Graphic Scale, and I was perfectly happy using Graphic Scale until I had a Windows update, and it wouldn't work anymore. And I was working on Blazing Strike at the time, and I was like, okay, I'm working on Blazing Strike. I can't use the program I'm used to. I had gotten Sprite on sale, and the only thing I was using it for was this Perfect Pixel line tool. That's the only reason I was using it. And because cleaning up this, that takes a while. So now that I understand the program, it's more of me using it. I'm still running into stuff that, like, I'm still getting used to it, but for the most part, I like the outline tool. That's cool. And this. I don't really use it that much, but I like the way that you can use the lasso tool too in general with it. I still don't understand the palette that well. There's a lot of stuff I don't understand about this program. Well, I wouldn't say understand is the correct word to use. There's a lot of features that I am not currently familiar with.
Oh well, that was a waste of time. But yeah, this lasso tool is cool. It really doesn't work like this in graphics scale. Watched a pixel artist / animator named Dipod. He uses it. No, he doesn't. He uses the lasso tool. And he does some amazing stuff with it, so... I don't know what that was. It was just a round blob. Let's not read too much into it. Save. Alright, let's see how it... Wow, that shading is cool. See, this is the reason I wanted to make this character. Just so I could work on this back. It's a weird reason. But it looks cool. It looks really cool. Oh, I was about to use my mouse pad to scroll down, but it's my phone. Chat's on my phone. Scrollboss says, looking at action figures is really good way to learn what light hits and how it hits things. I actually learned how light hits stuff from making sprites. I think it was CVS where I learned. It's not just that, it was Jim Lee. Like, he has this ribcage thing that he does. And so I guess most of the lighting hits from above for him too. And after seeing that so long, it just got ingrained in me. And yeah, I'm just used to the light hitting from above in general now. And if you really think about it, that's where light usually comes from, either from the sun or from a light bulb. The light source is usually from overhead, so... That's actually how I like things in general now. In my comics, well, I don't really make comics, really. In my artwork and such. Okay. Scrollboss says, that looks good. That looks good. Reminds me of the beautiful CVS lighting. Very cool to see you, Matt, scientist mode here. Yeah, this is all stuff I learned on your message board. Just put to the test years and years later. There's a lot of talented people there. But yeah, my shading's it's kind of a mix. It's mostly CVS because of the time I started, you know, getting into pixel art. And
My main reason for doing it was I was trying to make convincing make convincing sprites, and one of the features was color limitations, and CVS got around color limitations mostly by limiting the outlines. But most of the Hyper Dragon Ball Z characters have a fairly broad outline, their own color for the outline, and they have anti-aliasing in most cases. But CVS was, you could have a shape and then just have one color to anti-alias with no outline, and that saved colors. So in the back of my mind, it's easier to make a sprite look the way it's supposed to if you keep the color limit in mind. Too many colors, it doesn't look like it fits in the game anymore to me. Scroll Boss says, no, the internet definitely doesn't help when you're trying to be selective with figures. Yeah. Sometimes it's like, oh, I need that, and it's like, you don't need it. It looks cool, but it's a toy. You don't need it. But then there's the fear of missing out. There's some things like the aftermarket's just crazy. Like if you just see something you want and you don't get it, people just sell it. If it doesn't re-release, people on eBay and AliExpress and stuff are just gonna sell it for marked up prices. So it's like, get it now, and maybe you'll be the person, you know, maybe you'll need make some space and you can mark up and sell it yourself instead of buying it from someone who's selling it for a marked up price. I'll be a scalper instead of the scalped. The hunter has become the hunter. Man, this looks cool. It's looking cool. It's actually hard for me to impress myself. I only get impressed with my artwork when I'm like, wow, that looks like someone else did it. That's when I know it's good. If it looks like I did it, I'm not impressed. But if it looks like, whoa, that's somebody else's work, that's on another level. A little too much elbow. Let me get more tricep in here. I'm not sure if this is anatomically correct, but I don't know, it just looks like a line with a muscle. Back of the elbow, please. I'm getting lost in the details instead of working on broader areas. Save. Robot says, Shredder's Revenge just seems like something would dream up. I'm still in awe of it. Yeah.
I think I'm more in awe that the game was done in pixel art than it actually being made. Because pixel art is a skill and look that's... I think you could say that it is outdated. I think the biggest advantage to pixel art is there's smaller files. Like, these are a few kilobytes each, but if they were HD hand-drawn sprites, that would be a few megabytes a sprite. Like Skullgirls, those, from what I've seen, the Skullgirls sprites are about 8 megabytes at max. I'll say on average. On average, it's 1 megabyte per sprite. I mean, 8 megabytes per sprite. And with pixel art, it's usually under 100 kilobytes per sprite. Might be 50 to 30. So it's all about size. Now, most things are digital downloads. That was the thing that got Street Fighter HD Remix and some other games, like the original Skullgirls. One of the reasons they had to make a sequel was because Xbox 360 couldn't download over so many gigs or something. But I don't think that's a thing now. I think that problem's a relic of early 2010s. But it stuck with me. I was like, yeah, okay, these are really nice sprites, but they're HD, but they take up a lot of space. But that's not the case anymore. You can do that without really any problems now. Yeah, we need another color. But yeah, they really didn't have to do pixel art. It could have been just like Streets of Rage 4. But yeah, it turned out good. And it's fun. It's like, I think it may be the best brawler game I've ever played. It's like the accumulation of all the things I've ever wanted out of the brawler. I wanted that many characters on screen at once. Well, Streets of Rage, I didn't really have a Sega. It wasn't until later I noticed that, wow, Streets of Rage, I think you can have up to 9 characters on screen at once. I remember when I first got a Sega Genesis, one of the games I wanted was Strider, and then there's a stage where a wolf jumps on the screen, and if you stay in that one spot, more wolves will start showing up, and it'll fill up with wolves, and I'm like, wow. They were able to do this? Well, it's slowed down, but I don't really care about slowdown. I think it's more like dramatic slow motion. You know, it seems like a slow motion effect to me, like on Armored Armadillo stage where you're on the rolling board and everything starts slowing down as the birds fly by. Some people say, oh, the slowdown, oh, it's horrible. And I'm like, wow, this is so cool and dramatic. I thought it was intentional. Shame on me.
this anti-aliasing, I don't know, I get quiet when I anti-alias. I didn't focus when I do that, I guess. I think it's because it's such a small area that I'm trying to... I don't want to go outside the lines. I don't want to go back and have to... back. All right. Oops. Let's try this. That looks good. Okay. Do I need a highlight too? Okay, there is no highlight color. 1, 2, 3, 4. So far I've used 3 of these. I don't think I need it any darker. Okay. I wonder what this thing's name. Sounds like a Kuma. Oh, let's go Tetsu's thing. Back to this. I'll use this darker brown, just to it's getting a little muddy. I mean, it's getting a little flat, so this will help separate it a bit, I guess. Yeah, I think that helps it pop.
So I'll have to adjust those colors later. Squirrel Boss says, eBay deepens the rabbit hole factor, definitely. Yep, that's true. Yeah, Hot Toys look great, but I definitely like need to wear cotton gloves to handle them. I can't do that. Yeah. Plus, fabric and all that stuff. I think they wear down if you keep them in a pose too long, especially the rubbery parts. I think they start to crack from being a pose too long. Squirrel says, sorry to go, but it's almost 4 a.m. here. Great to see you stream, even if it's just for a bit. I'll have to watch more and see what other Sprite features are really helpful. Have a good weekend. Yep, you too. And the back shading looks good. Thanks. Oh yeah, if you see this later, yes, it's gonna be 4 in a while here too. But I think I'll be done by then. Before then, I didn't know you make your own music for your showcase videos. I didn't know you make CPS 2 and 3 music too. That was interesting. So I was wondering where you got it, and then when I read that you made it yourself, I was like, oh, okay, cool. Spriting. Wait, no. Right. Ace Joe the Man says, what do you think about my art style? I think your art style is really good. I think it's really clean, and what comes to mind is the Cuphead sprite. Yeah, I like your work. It's clean. I don't know how long you've been doing pixel art, but you have a good understanding of how to shade and how to use anti-aliasing. If you're just starting out, you figured it out really quick. It took me years to do that. But there's YouTube now, so... and there's lots of tutorials. When I started out with this, I had to go on message boards to learn this. Like, sometimes it's easier said than done. You see someone doing something, and you think you understand, but you don't. In most cases, that's how it was for me. I'd see it, and they say, oh, do this, and I'm like, okay, I can do that. And then I did it wrong every time.
Alright, I look at this Gohan's hands. They're not detailed, they're kind of like mittens. Look at this one. Well, that's based on. So I don't think I really need to go in that detailed with these fingers. So I just really want to. I hate spraying fingers. But I think Z2 style is spriter friendly. When Balthazar was making his sprites, he knew how difficult it was to do like fingers and stuff, so. Alright, I think that's enough of that. Ace Joe the Man says, I think I started in 2020. When did you? 2002. I didn't have any art programs on my computer, but I had MS Paint. That was the only one that I could afford and stuff, so I started doing pixel art. And then I got the internet. I downloaded character sprites, animated GIFs, and I started editing them. And then I found out other people did that. I thought I created editing characters into other characters, but no, other people were doing it before me. I was very surprised. But yeah, message boards. I really got my experience from people on message boards telling me how to do stuff. Or showing me how to do stuff. They would do stuff and I'd say, I'd just, I would take mental notes more than anything. I wouldn't write anything down. I'd see what they did and then I'd try to redo it myself. I'm not one to redo art. It's more like if someone points out something that's wrong, I'll say, okay, I'll remember that, and I'll just make sure I don't do it again. That's mostly what I do. If something doesn't work, I'll make sure not to do it again. And if I don't, and it's pointed out again, after a while, if someone's telling you something, it starts to stick. So I think that that's the great thing about the internet and posting your artwork. When people don't praise your art, when they do that, it's like, okay, I guess I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. But if they don't like it, and they tell you, and they say you should have did this or whatever, and it makes sense what they're saying, if it's constructive criticism, just be like, okay, I'll make sure not to do that again. But yeah, on the message boards I was on, I would get constructive criticism, and it really helped me out. And that's another thing about Discord. It's almost like those message boards, except it's like real time. So if someone sees my art and they say, you could have did this, or why didn't you do this? I think I like the you could have did this more than the why didn't you do this. Because when someone says, why did you do this, it kind of makes you question why you did something. Which is, that's the point if someone asks you that. It's almost like they're like, you did it wrong. But it's not wrong. It's just, a different way of doing something. Wrong with it. But yeah, if there's something that can help make the process easier, then go for it. Uh-oh. So these are shiny shoes? I don't know how to highlight this. Okay. It's core shadow here. Back of the heel, front of the heel. Front. Uh-oh. Yeah, I kind of wish I got a computer at a younger age instead of like in high school, going into college. And I hope, I don't know, maybe having the internet at a younger age wouldn't have been a good thing. But if I did, well, I know if YouTube was around when I was first getting a computer, man, I'd be so, who needs school? You got YouTube, man. You can learn anything. For free. Like I'm gonna do some tile art for my application for the Way Forward job that I want to apply for, and I'm gonna watch YouTube videos on how to, you know, just so I can know for sure that I can do the tile art, because I've avoided it because I find it kind of boring. Because I was going to learn it for I could make my own RPGs on RPG Maker or something back in, I don't know, years ago. And I was like, this isn't fun. And that's why I stopped. Like, if I was making a game project, I would have probably kept going, but nope. I've gotten most of my really good experience with pixel art working on Hyper Dragon Ball Z. So I'm happy that they let me on the team because I've gotten a lot of opportunities from it. Rye Kitty's here. Hey, Rye Kitty. How are you? It's how's your Friday night, Saturday going? You sleep well? Is it late where you are? Is it all right? I'm doing okay. I wasn't expecting you to be here this late at night. I usually don't stream this late, but I fell asleep really early. I took a nap, and it ended up like revitalizing me. So, and I told myself, I told everyone, I kind of told everyone and myself that I would stream 5 days this week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And it was still, I woke up at 11 p.m. and I was like, well, it's still Friday, still a chance. Not Saturday, and I've been streaming for 3 hours and 41 minutes. Okay, cool. I was not expecting that. But yeah, hope you have a good 4th of July weekend if you celebrate that, you know. Some people don't celebrate 4th of July. They call it communism. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. Don't take me out of context. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. I am. I have a big audience that are Dragon Ball fans, so I'm having some fun with this, but I'm also doing this to make them happy. Ace Joe the Man says, wow, that's a long time ago. Yeah, it's a long time ago. And I've been using a computer ever since. I really love using a computer for stuff. I was trained in traditional stuff, like in art, AP Advanced Placement Art class. We painted and we learned charcoal and acrylic paint and how to make engravings and etchings. It was really cool. We had so much stuff. It was like a big art class, and it's hard to say. It's not a loft, but a garage, a big. No. It was big. It was big as a school gym. And we had our class in there. We had pottery wheels and clay, and it was cool. Someone visited from college, and they were like, don't take this amount of space and area and stuff you have lightly to work with. In college, most college studios don't have this much space compared to where you are here. This isn't the standard. This is a exception. Yeah, I think that's what it's. Does that work? Anyway, Rakitty says, I'm not sure when I'll fall asleep again, but I decided to drop by and say hi. 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 Hi, hi. Hey, hey. I'm almost done with this, if I'm not already. Am I done with this, people? Okay, I have a barbecue that I have to go to. And Hope everything's cordial. Family get-togethers, they're just a mess to me. I don't really care for them. This makes me feel like a loser. It's like Facebook in real life. And that's why I got off Facebook. Anyway, yeah, this is cool, huh? Guess I'll put it on Twitter and stuff. Let's check the heights. Still seems kind of short. So I guess I'll start with this Goku. Uh-oh. Looks like I can add an extra pixel. Where's the eye level? Yeah, I could raise it. Well, its eye is a little, 1 pixel higher. It's no biggie. Oh. Right. Now, where would be the least evasive place to make this taller? There we go. It's 1. Alright, how tall is Gohan? Okay. Yeah, that's on the same line. That's cool. Oh, that's the thing. Well, this is the top of this coming down. So and there's no sleeves, so I don't have to worry about sleeves. Really. This one's ripped. Maybe having that blue slide. Okay, I'm gonna adjust this. I'm going to taper this up some more. I'm on the wrong way. Okay. I'm gonna taper this up some more. It'll still dip down here, but I'm gonna taper this up so I can put the belt on here. Wow, I thought it was done. Guess not. Ace Joe. Ace the Man Joe. Don't get me started with family members that think you can remember them when you 1 year old, and it usually starts off like, "Don't you remember me, boy? I used to be around here a lot." Yep. Well, sometimes it goes like, "You don't remember me, do you?" And I'm like, you got that right. Boy, I used to do this and this and this. Cool. Oh boy. But yeah, I just don't like it when people ask me, "What have you been up to?" And I could be like, yeah, I hate that question. Now, when I was in college, I didn't mind that question. It's like, I'm in college. One day I'm going to be able to do this and this and this and this. So I had plans. It's nice to talk about what you're going to do, or what, if you're not doing that stuff. It's kind of hard. So now every time I see family, it's more like, I'm just reminded of all the stuff I was supposed to be doing that I never did. It's like, hey, remember when I told you I was going to do this and get a job doing this? Yeah, that never happened. I failed. And then they ask you make money doing that? I'm like, a little bit. When I'm working on it, yeah. Not anymore. Well, that's art. Yeah, that just makes me want to apply for that way forward job even more now. I'll apply for it and then I'll do the work. Then I'll do that. I'll do some. I don't know. They didn't ask for. They wanted to see a portfolio of my work, but they didn't ask for a portfolio. Maybe I should have put a link in my resume, but that means I need to fix up my. ArtStation gallery. It's my DeviantArt. It has a lot of pixel art there, but come on, it's DeviantArt. You have to wait through all the My Little Pony stuff and Sonic fanfics to get to my artwork. Then they'll see all this. Then they'll see all the fanfics and My Little Pony stuff I favored it. Just kidding. I didn't favorite that stuff. How did that get there? But yeah, it's a stigma around that site. They're trying to be more like ArtStation, revamping it just made the site worse. It's just hard to use. I actually got a message on my DeviantArt about working on some Sailor Moon sprites for Beats of Rage game. That sounds really cool. I'm not that into Sailor Moon, but as someone who just wanted more and more anime, I'd consume and consume and consume anime. No matter what demographic it was aimed at, I just wanted more. So I watched Sailor Moon. Because it was anime, and I wanted more. For free. Didn't have the internet back then. Just watched what was on TV. Television told you what you wanted to see. Alright. Now, handy dandy lasso tool. Make my monster grow. Make my monster grow. Okay. I just fill in all these gaps. But yeah, I don't have fun around family. Just reminded of how much of a failure I am. more comfortable around strangers. Because I know I'll never have to see them again. Especially when you're out of town, in a city you don't live in. Do something stupid. They'll never remember you. They'll just be like, there's this guy who did something really weird. He like fell or something. It was crazy. But if you do something in your city, it's like, hey, you're that guy. There's always a chance someone you know saw you do something, or someone in your family saw you do something. And then it's like, every time they see you, they're going to remind you. So yeah, that's an advantage of strangers. That's one reason why I can talk on YouTube so freely. Like, you know, you're my audience and my friends and my supporters and stuff, but at most you'll be like, hey, remember that stream where you showed your phone number on stream? Oh, you mean the last stream? Yeah, I remember that. That was hilarious. Alright, this is done. Save. Let's see how this looks. A little too much blue. Let's pull that back some more. And that's another reason I don't give my stream. I don't talk about my live streams and stuff with my family. Like, they know I live stream sometimes. But it's like, they'll say, hey, if you got your family, if you've got some family members to subscribe to you, you know, that up your numbers and stuff, right? And it's like, yeah. It's like, yeah, you should do that. And I'm like, no, I don't think I want them to see me doing what I do. It's like inviting people to work. No, you don't want to see this. Okay, I think I've got this right where I want it.
All must submit to the rule of Galactus.
Well, I don't think I should have did that. It's a little too tight. Well, let's raise it. Right. It's just something about how I just feel like it needs to be over a little more. Alright, I think that's what I had in mind. Yeah, just as an artist, I don't know if anybody else has this problem, but when I get an idea, it's hard for me to go to sleep with that idea in my mind. So if I don't finish this, it'll stick with me until I do. It'll be like in the back of my mind. It's like, you never finish that, you never finish that. And then there's like part of me that's like, once it's finished, then what's after that? So it's not like it's not a fear of being done with something. It's more of a what's next, fear of what's next, almost. It's not even fear. It's just like I need to do something. How am I gonna spend what am I gonna spend my time on after this is done? Oh. The Joe Man says, it's looking great. Thanks. I really want to be finished with this. I thought it was done, but then I looked at it some more and I was like, it could be better. Kind of losing this pink. This bright red in the orange. That was one of my concerns with this. Yeah, I've always had a problem as far as like color depth and stuff, like telling orange from pink. That's been a problem like that. I remember being in, I think it was first grade. We were working on pumpkins, construction paper jack-o'-lanterns, and I didn't know, but the construction paper I picked was pink. I thought it was pink. I thought it was orange. So as far as like gradation depth and stuff like that, I've had a problem with it. It's like Super Saiyan Goku's eyes. To me, they look turquoise, or they look turquoise, and to me, turquoise looks more of a blue-ish green. But some people say it's just green, and I'm like, I don't know. I think I got this. Should I actually put some human skin under here? Saiyan skin. Flesh. Not sure if I should. No, I don't think I should. Just stick with the back. Okay. Alright, I'm going to... This is pretty much done now. One thing I'm going to do is crop it and put it on... Enlarge it and put it on Twitter, put it on in the Discord, stuff like Hyper Dragon Ball Z Discord. And community tab. I'll put it in my community tab too.
Does it look the way I imagined it? When I imagine stuff, I imagine it looking better.
It always looks better than I expect.
Oh yeah, I've got to turn this red into a different red. Okay, you know what? Let's try this. Let's do some pixel magic. Deselect. Okay. Contagious. This, 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 and all right. Let's adjust this color. I don't know. Let's do this. I've never actually used a hue shifter, but let's do it. See how it turns out. Hey. Well, that was fast. Okay, let's make some tweaks. Wow. Okay, it just saved me some time. Okay. Deselect. Well, you saw it here, folks. Click of a button, I was able to change this color. That's cool. I gotta fix this eye. But, wow. That's impressive. Oh, I just noticed the soles of the shoe were white. See if I can use some magic to do that. Yeah, all these shortcuts. Yeah, that's 2 pixels each, right? Not really feeling it. Maybe it should be 1. Maybe the soul should be 1 pixel. Yeah, I think 1. The fur usually sticks out around the hand. Really? Oh, you're right. Like this. Good call. Thank you, thank you. That does make it look better. It doesn't look so much like he put on a costume that stops at the wrist, you know? Thanks for catching that. I wouldn't have seen that. What else? That red may be too bright, but at the same time, I kind of wanted a little oranger now that I think about it. Just for it won't blend in with the fur so much. So if I can do a tonal shift, that would help. But yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, now it doesn't clash so much. I think this is it. I think we're done. Well, there's a pixel right there that's really standing out. Yeah, now I'm just nitpicking. Really, it's done. If it was animated, I wouldn't spend this much time on each pixel, but since it's not. Yeah, that's better. I think I had the eyes a little too big. Even Balthazar's eyes weren't that big. Yeah, I think this is cool. And it's character size, it's not portrait size. Alright, thanks for sticking around with me. It's been a good stream. Good productive stream. I didn't think it would. 4 hours and 13 minutes. Wow, okay. It took me 4 hours to do this one character. I'm not gonna put the sensu bean bag on him. Let's just pretend it's like in front of him. Yeah, I just want to show off the back muscles and the fur. I think it looks cool. So many stances are from the front, so it's cool to have this one. I can imagine the jab would be this, and he could probably do an elbow for a jab, do a right punch for a medium, and probably a spinning back fist for a heavy. And for a kick, just, a heel kick, some spin kicks and stuff. But everything will look, even if he did use the moves from Super Saiyan Goku or regular Goku, they would all look different from this angle. They would all have the same target, but they'd be from a different angle, so it looked new. So I like it. I think it's really cool. I'm glad I made this because it's been living in my head for about 6 months now. I just never had I had the opportunities, but I just didn't feel like making it at the time. So there's 3 people here. I'm gonna say thank you to everyone who's been in the comments, and I will keep. You know what? I just noticed something. He has this power pole, but he just turned Super Saiyan 4, so he doesn't really need the power pole anymore. Never mind. I'm putting too much thought into it, and I didn't use this palette really. Is this eye pink now? Maybe something a little more green? No. Oh, that's... I was on here. That's why I did that. Right. Here. Hope there's no color like that. Yep, that's it. Okay, don't need... No, I don't want to accidentally close the window I'm working on, so... Monkey Man. Save. Actually, highlighting it like that made it stand out too much. Let's leave it like that. Just trying to find a size where we can admire this while I say goodbye, say my goodbyes. There we go. Alright, 3 people are here. I'd like to say thank you to Ace Joe the Man. You helped me out a lot with this. Just pointing out that fur thing made a big difference. Like, you know, you could think, really? Just adding fur there makes a difference. It's like, yeah, it does. It really makes it look like the fur's under his arm and not a jacket. Makes it not look like a jacket. Like a really tight shirt. Thank you, Right Kitty, for saying hello. Scroll Boss, Prom Op, thank you for the support. I don't know if you've ever came to any of my streams before, but you know, it was nice having a conversation with you. Everyone, subscribe to Scroll Boss on YouTube. He has amazing work. He makes his own music. He produces his own videos, makes his own sprites. Thank you, Jeff Potts, for stopping by. I know this pixel art stuff isn't really up your alley. I would assume it's not, but I appreciate the support. My Sketchbook 340, thanks. We had some good talk about, you know, Shredder's Revenge and fighting games and stuff like that. Retro, thanks. For the questions, asking how to contribute and stuff. Yeah, just find a. I don't know if I can. If I give a disc, for some reason, Discord links seem to. They time out or something, so that's why I don't post any here. So if you can find a way to get to the Hyper Dragon Ball Z Discord, that's a good way to, you know, add to the contribution list. Retro, thanks for showing up. Or what's that Retro asked about the... Yeah, Retro asked about the music, right? And... I think that's it. I think I've thanked everyone. Alright. It's nice doing sprite work that's fun. Like, not that working on Batrice and actual Hyper Dragon Ball Z stuff and Blazing World Stars and stuff isn't fun. It's just, I know there's more after that. With these one-off sprites, it's more like it's not about, you know, okay, what's next? It's more like you could just appreciate the single sprite for what it is, you know? Yeah, I've never even watched Dragon Ball GT, really. It was probably on Toonami a few times, and I'd ran into it while it was on the air, but I don't really know anything about it except Goku was a kid, and everybody wanted him to be an adult. And when I hear GT, I would assume it's Goten and Trunks, GT. But no, it was like Grand Tour, Galaxy Traveling, which isn't bad. You know, it's supposed to harken back to the Dragon Ball roots, but nope, I guess not. I guess the animation was bad too. But yeah, this looks cool. If you have any sprites or characters you want me to make, I take commissions. That way you don't have to have years of experience doing this or even have to learn how to do pixel art. You can just ask me to do it and offer me some money. It's always appreciated, you know? So, if you have a drawing or pixel art, yeah, I'll hook you up. Just give me some money. So, I appreciate your kind words. I appreciate your company. I'm gonna take Sunday and Saturday off, well, except for now, but I'll probably see you Monday, working on Batrice or something else. So, until next time, be seeing you. Stay out of trouble. Peace, y'all.